Good afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it. Today is more Phoenix Wright's Attorney Trials and Tribulations. Last time, we learned that our victim is actually Maya's mum, who was using a fake name. And we still can't get to Maya because she's locked in the training room with a bunch of locks that look suspiciously like the Cyclops. And I don't remember exactly what we were doing. Hello Nick, hello Drag, how are you doing? Alright, do I still have things to talk to? I do! Okay. I stopped before I talked to her about things. Good, I know what I'm doing now. Ugh. Is the YouTube chat doing funky things, Drag? Okay, I think it's how I have it set up on my end. Maybe? No? At least it's coming through okay on the stream. Kind of. Ah, yeah, you're right. It is cut off. Not sure how to fix that one. You're nervous with Vargas, right? And I've just been like, I need to enter mega saving mode, but I have all the other faculty members. I need Coach Vargas too, right? Alright. Let's get on with it. So, Bikini, you're going to answer some questions. Why do we have no gems? Because we pull too much and we're unlucky. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask-to-Mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Karain technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Has she channeled anyone other than Mia? That is a very good question that I don't remember the answer to. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. Oh, hello Carl, hello Hunter. How are you doing? A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That's incident. Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. Yeah, the one where the police brought in Mia and Maya's mum to do things. The DL6 incident, I knew it! The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case? A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history that the police ever used the spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. Which, I mean, would massively help. Just before the stream, I spilled my glass of water all over my mouse pad and it's still damp and it's really annoying me. How did she not recognize us? Well, I guess our picture doesn't end up in the paper that often. Time for the spare mouse pad. Man, I wish I had one. I'll just put my sleeve under my wrist and then I won't feel it. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Oh, through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Karain tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media. The public, the judiciary, the people of Karain Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Karain tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan... Does she mean Maya? The spiritual power of the Karain channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline, stems directly from Mystic Amy. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is reported to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mum and her aunt. That's right, Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Yeah, met her, put her in jail. Morgan. There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Karain Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. Are we sure we put her in jail? Yeah. Whether she stayed there is potentially a different question. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? 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 Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. Yeah, but Iris doesn't look like Pearl. Or, wait. Pearl was Morgan's daughter, right? Or am I remembering this wrong? I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye. I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child? She's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. I mean, I was... Parts of me was questioning when it brought up earlier that... Yeah, when it was brought up earlier that Morgan is Misty's older sister. I was like, well, she had kids a lot later then, didn't she? It was all done to set Pearls up as the new master. Sorry, as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Oh no! Who's the 3rd? Wait. 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 Were we told? Were we told both of Dahlia's parents, or were we just told that her father was a jeweler? So, are Dahlia and Iris twins and the elder sisters of Pearls, then? Yeah, we weren't actually told anything about Dahlia's mother, were we? No, wait, no, no, because Dahlia had a sister who was a cop, right? So that doesn't work. I mean, unless she's a half-sister. This family tree is tangly and I don't like it. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Well, it's nice to have confirmation that Iris and Dahlia are twins. But I have questions. I have so many more questions now. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't that many years later that Karain's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. Well, there's the answer to that question of yours, Drag. Iris and Dahlia's dad was kind of an ass. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. Their dad's getting worse and worse. Like, wow. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? And could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Phoenix! How are you? Wait, no. I was going to say, how are you doing worse at this than I am? But it wasn't your case, was it? It was Mia's. Ooh, that's a fun one. I wonder if Mia knew that was her cousin. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger toward the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get more info. Probably by showing some profiles. Oh, we don't have an age on Morgan Fay, huh? Did we have an age? We do have an age on Misty. Morgan had pearls quite late in life comparatively, didn't she? Well, because assuming that Elise's age, and well, Misty's age here is correct anyway. Yeah, Morgan's gotta be in her 50s. So she had pearls in her 40s, which is relatively late. I mean, not so late that it's impossible. Can you tell me more about Morgan Fay, or did you tell me everything? When I think about it, I do kind of feel sorry for Mystic Morgan. It wasn't her fault that her sister was a more powerful spirit medium. Yeah, but how she reacted to it is her fault, though. Bikini. Mystic Morgan just couldn't compete with her sister. It must have been really tough on her. Even so, that doesn't excuse all the things she did. No, of course not. Iris had a twin sister. That's really all I know about her. That and the fact she was taken away from her mother by her jeweler father. I don't have any idea where she is or what she's doing now. I could tell her, but she'd probably have a coronary and a half. Actually, maybe I should ask someone else. You know who should probably ask about these things? Iris. Let's move on through to the courtyard and see if there's anything new over here, which it looks like there is. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Courtyard. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is it they're humming? Ah, Gumshoe! No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me, no motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Karain. I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good causes we have, good causes we've lost along the way. I would never have guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Not get the tune right if we were going for reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hi, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Okay. So, what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. I mean, show me and I'll determine that. A letter? So, how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. But I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godo. Godo? What did he mean by that? I'm pretty sure, Phoenix, that what Godo meant by that is, if Maya is locked in the training room, then she's innocent of the murder. If she's not in there, then she's a suspect. The text was read, it's important. Yep. Yep. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt. Burnt. Like someone used the furnace over on the other side of the chasm last night. Burnt. Burnt up old letter. Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. Gumshoe. 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 Documents that someone tries to burn on the night of a murder are kind of important, Gumshoe. The incinerator. I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Gumshoe? Spirit mediums and masters and stuff has everything to do with this case, Gumshoe. Gumshoe, have you not been brought up to speed with who our victim really was? I mean, possibly not. Spirit mediums. Burnt letter added to the court record. Found by Gumshoe in the inner temple incinerator. It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I'd better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Alright, what does it say? Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit to leave everything up to her. Okay. Her name is... She is our... Al... something. The whole something. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is... something. Burn the... letter. Maybe. Or maybe something else. Also probably make sure not to tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Ooh, yeah, burn the letter and picture. Yeah, that would work. Bring our vengeance to fruition. This letter is probably from Morgan. The question is, which of her daughters was it for? Since it's as soon as you hear the lights out bell, it's probably not Iris. So, what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court too. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. Yes, but what do you know about the shape of that blade, Gumshoe? What sort of shape of blade are we looking for? What sort of length of blade are we looking for? Have your forensics techs given you nothing? How did Morgan get out of jail, or was it planned beforehand? It could just have been a letter sent from jail, but then it... But I feel like you can't just send a letter out of jail and not have someone, you know, read it first. I don't know. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, man, is it tiring work. Well, let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. Yeah, so how big's the knife and what shape is it? We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon. Isn't that the dog? What's this secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Oh, it's the metal detector. Any questions so far? Yes, Gumshoe? Several questions. Where's the metal detector and can I play with it? No. I don't know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Wait, I was joking about can I play with it? I was joking. But sure. Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? You might be thinking of the bug sweeper that Gumshoe put together. In the case with the actors. I don't think Gumshoe made the metal detector. I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Oh, I am playing with the metal detector. Come on, pal, it's good fun, I'm telling you. A minute ago you said it was boring, Gumshoe. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you could make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off of it. Oh, bother. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. No, I've never. I don't think I've ever used an actual metal detector. I've used fancier equipment than that. Um, like magnetometers and gravimeters. I mean, either the police department's budget for advanced tools is low, or this is the most advanced tool that they will let someone who is a detective and not a forensics tech use. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around. Give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit on something metallic. When that happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Oh, you want, oh gosh, what was her name? I feel like it began with an A. Is there something up on the eaves? I can't tell from here, pal. Yeah, just forget about it. But it's right under Elise Dewsnim's window. And it's the perfect spot for hiding something long and thin like a sword. I'll go take a look. It was nothing. Thank goodness. Someone just dropped a spoon. Why are you so happy about that? Well, imagine if the murder weapon had turned up there. It may look pretty dumb, huh? At least he recognizes that much. Emma Sky. Emma Sky is the person we were thinking of. Well, that's just the step ladder, but let's look at it. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. Yeah, I need to do that for my job, Gumshoe. Vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. So, Gumshoe, how much cooking do you do? Gumshoe, have you been putting lettuce in your stir fry and cabbage on your sandwiches? Actually, I guess there's a case for cabbage on sandwiches. I don't know. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. Oops. Nope, accidentally did this again. I also got an achievement about having all the possible conversations about ladders and step ladders. I mean, the Emmy Faye statue is obviously metallic. That Shito next to the golden statue want the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know, I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. Well, we wouldn't have gotten to know each other, Gumshoe. That would be for sure. You think about that kind of stuff, Detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humour value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. Ooh, is the staff metal? I assumed it was wood. This is Miss Justin's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? Oh no! It's a sword cane! It's a sword cane! Gumshoe, I need to figure out if there's a sword in there. I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? Oh, Drag, have you never seen a sword cane before? It's basically a cane that has a hidden sword in it. I've seen a few examples at the armories. But it's a way for a gentleman to have a sword that no one knows about. It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Yeah. Oh, okay. It doesn't have any blood on it. So... That's a sword inside the staff. Is this... Could it be the murder weapon? Well, if it is, someone has wiped it down pretty well. Part of you wonders how effective it is as a cane. I mean, in a way, you're kind of putting a core of metal into the middle of the cane, right? Yeah, as Dragus just said. Wouldn't it be stronger? Unless... I guess unless you're sort of worried that if you put too much pressure on it, the blade might get dulled by the inside of the cane. I mean, I don't think the gentleman walking around with sword canes were needing them quite so much for mobility as to just look dapper. But I could be wrong. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. I call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. Workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. Well, I guess if a sword cane is a sword inside a cane, Gumshoe is implying that a cane sword would be a cane hidden inside a sword, which really doesn't make much sense, Gumshoe. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe? Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. We just said the thing about wiping it off so that Gumshoe wouldn't get sad, right? It's about the same length as the Shishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. No, apparently we didn't say that for that reason. And I don't think the length of the blade is that relevant in this case. More than the width of it. Mr. Wright. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get that staff analysed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pits of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been please, Detective. Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of Viridian there. Okay. Just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, Detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Well, I'm sure Maya will appreciate that. She definitely hasn't had enough to eat in the past few days. We are going to just load her up with carbs. Sure. Thanks. Victim's staff received from Detective Gumshoe for safekeeping. Has a sword hidden inside. No one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe is a simple but kind dude, right? That's why I like him. He may not be all there up here, but he's all there in here where it counts. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Jusnim doing with a staff like this in the first place? Self-defense, probably. I feel like we've lost access to the metal detector. No, I wanted to examine some more things, like that random splodge there, and this thing that looks like a manhole. Curses. We've already looked at all of these things, right? We don't need to look at them again. Let's go see how things are going. Over at the inner temple. Ah, yes, because Iris is here. Hey, Iris. I have several questions. Nope, not that one. I have several questions. Like about the fact you have a twin sister. And I'm not allowed to do that because we're still working on the locks. Curse you, Francisca! This door. When I was here earlier, there was only one lock and now there's 5 of them. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen locks quite like these before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like these before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a cyclock. Wonder if these locks are guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. And apparently they're going to remain secret for the time being. Oh no, wait. We have cyclocks. We have cyclocks to break here. 3 Cyclops. Okay, what were these Cyclops again? What did we need? The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. So that one's Bikini. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. At night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris? You were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left at around 9:40 p.m, I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m, but what you say doesn't add up with this. When was the lights out bell? Okay, the lightning was later. The autopsy report. There. Her testimony, yes, that was at her testimony that she rang the lights out bell at 10. I guess. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Yeah. Plus only moments before you rang that bell. You were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Ah yes, we did this part last time, didn't we? Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you. You and your twin. Who should be in jail. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy! How could that be? There's only 1 of me. That's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than 1 of me. No? No? Really? Presenting the fact she's got a twin is not the answer here? Mr. Wright, when you said there was another me, I was kind of expecting someone who looked like me, you know? I guess so. In that case, are you saying that I look like this person? Well, I can't say with 100% certainty, but... Can you show me something you are 100% certain about, then? I need to get to the bottom of this. Iris is determined to hide something from me. I can't drag it out of her unless I show her some irrefutable evidence. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, I don't mean to be uncooperative, but... You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Yeah. So we need an actual picture of Dahlia, then. Which we don't have right now. Okay. Can I ask her about her mom? Would Pearl count? I don't think they look very similar. I'm pretty sure we need Dahlia for this, because if Bikini or I are mistaking this person for her while talking to her, nope, we are not allowed. Are we allowed to talk about Pearl? Nope. We're not allowed to talk about anything except the Cyclops, are we? Okay. Edgeworth. Edgeworth might be able to tell us more about Dahlia. Hey, Edgeworth? Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? A what? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but... The problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Wait, how young? I wonder. Reminding myself how old Iris is. Did her getting taken in by the temple happen after DL6 or before DL6? I'm guessing before. Not sure. Apparently her sister was raised by her father. A jeweler, I think? A jeweler. Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth, please. There we go. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Now, Valerie was Dahlia's older sister, right? Or maybe not. No, because, like, she was already a cop at that point 11 years ago. Yeah, so they must be half-sisters. Or stepsisters. Not that that's relevant at all. But my brain's just trying to detangle this family tree. Her sister? Oh, what's the difference between half and stepsisters? Basically, a half-sister would be they shared the same, in this case, father. Mother also, which is... So, like, Dahlia and Iris are half-sisters with Pearl, because they share the same mother. A stepsister would be that, that Valerie came from... that Valerie came from Dahlia's dad's wife and someone else. So, from, like, a previous marriage. Yeah, so basically a stepsister is someone who's your sister, but only by marriage. Whereas a half-sister is by just one parent. And a full sister, both parents. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. There we go! I'm just sat here theorising, and Edgeworth was going to tell us in the next sentence. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. Cogs are turning when they don't need to turn. Is the steam required to keep the cold out? Yes. Yes, it is. It is cold outside. It's so cold outside that when I tried to go catch Pokemon for today's community day before this stream, my phone objected to that decision and just started turning itself off while it still had power. So, after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Edgeworth, I think she's a murderer. Edgeworth, she's connected. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Oh shit! Oh shit, I know exactly what that letter means now. Oh shit. In a manner of speaking, this makes Pearl a murderer, and that doesn't make me happy. Pearl or Maya, I guess. But more likely Pearl. Yikes. So I guess the theory here is that Morgan from prison communicated with Pearl, sent her that letter that basically said, at this day, at this time, channel Dahlia's spirit. Here's a picture of her. And this will be our revenge. Unless Dahlia Hawthorne isn't actually dead. But she probably is. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! At the time, Dahlia... It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Oh. Death penalty. Well, I guess we can be relatively sure she's dead then. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique. Did you say Karain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected to with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Why are you telling me about this? Because it happened in a different game and people playing this might not have played that game. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room, it's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Karain channeling technique is real. Okay, please tell me that yes, her face is there now. Right. Right. Iris. We can do this now, I think. Right. Bikini. Your own testimony. There were two of you. And the second one of you was your sister, who looks exactly like you. There we go. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder? It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo. A training ground with the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Yay, unlock successful. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept that I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago. Did she get you involved in that? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? I mean, we did learn he's awful, but... What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the Master of Karain. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Karain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. Okay, yeah. So he didn't leave until after DL6. Which means that they were 8 when he took them away. So, yeah, they were definitely old enough to remember what Misty Fay looked like. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Shitty family situation all around, Iris. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her, and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. You see, thank you for your help. You're welcome. Phoenix, right. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Yeah, that relationship was never going to work. That's true. Pearl's psych lock. Yeah, and that one's gonna be a doozy. Because there's not very many people who were here that night who could have channeled the spirit of a murderer. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Look at that, they really did make a fire. Right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick! You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Juicnim's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself, I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Juicnim's room. Because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Inner Temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Apparently not, actually. Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that's this. Oh... Oh, I am not confident about this. The reasons could be this. Someone covered this in gravy. And that could have been Pearls. In which case it would be she was worried that someone would figure out who Miss Juicnim was. Or we could just present a person. Or, yes, there is the letter. But is that a very simple reason? And I guess. What is the rest of the line after Once Night Falls? Because it's not very long. It's like, it could just be the letter. I'm relatively certain the letter was sent to Pearls. Because there isn't really anyone else that it makes sense for the letter to be sent to. But she said she went there because she was worried. Which doesn't really work with that. Doesn't really work for that. Yeah, could be she was worried about Maya. In which case we present Maya's profile. Maya probably makes the most sense. Maya makes the most sense for someone for Pearls to be worried about. Rather than something to be worried about. So it's whether it's a someone or a something. We have several opportunities with this. Is it Maya? It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one of those you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place. You felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. Okay, we are through one. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls? What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. And there was so much snow, so I didn't get there till after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. Oh dear, yep. Oh. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this rather incriminating letter, Pearls. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Well, why did you... In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls? You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. By your mother. Me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. The last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... Dahlia. Dahlia. Although, given that Pearls today is, upset at the fact that she couldn't channel someone, is Dahlia dead? It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Hello. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirits of someone you've never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So, here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow? That would be Mother. Pearls? I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearl. It's time you started telling me the truth. Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. Do it! However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some of the words. And this is the evidence that proves it. She misunderstood some of the words. Once night falls, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Her name is... She is our... Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is... Burn the letter and photo. I guess once this is done... Once this is complete... I don't know. Also make sure not to tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our... Oh, gravy! No! Pearls! Pearls! You were the one who threw gravy on the scroll, and that's because you don't know what the word gravely means. Gravy roast the master! It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do a thing like... Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Ms. Musicom on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Oh, really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, but so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Musicom taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karain, like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried? It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone, This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. So, is Dahlia not dead? I guess two options. Option 1, Dahlia is not dead. Option 2... Ooh. Option 2. There were two other people there that night who definitely could have channeled. 2. One of them is Maya. But one would assume that Maya did not do it because she was supposed to be going and doing the training. And since Bikini met Iris, aka Dahlia, while they were sorting that out, you would assume it's not Maya. So the only other person there that night who could have channeled Dahlia would have been Misty. When Pearls asked Elise how to read the word gravely, did she show her the letter itself, or did she rewrite it onto something? Because if she showed Elise the letter, then I guess she could have decided to do it herself so as not to get a small child caught up in a murder. It could be that Misty Faye channeled her murderer herself. Given that the murder weapon was an object she owned, it's possible. Well, our supposed murder weapon. We still don't know it's actually the murder weapon. So yeah, either Dahlia is not dead, or Misty Faye channeled her own murderer. I think those are my two options. If Misty channeled Dahlia, how did Bikini see Iris stab her? Because what Bikini saw was actually Iris, I think. Oh no, wait, or could it be? Yeah, I feel like Bikini did actually see Iris pulling that murder weapon out of Misty, and I guess setting up the thing. Maybe, because Iris is all like, this is all my, it's all like, what happened to my sister is all my fault and my sister is always right. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sure we'll get closer to the answer shortly. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Try channeling someone who isn't Dahlia Hawthorne, Pearl. Try channeling Mia. Actually, please try channeling Mia. We could do with the extra brains on this one. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? Because I'm assuming you can't channel a spirit that's already been channeled. And equally, you can't channel the spirit of someone who isn't dead. I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Yep, I assume so. We could do with saving Edgeworth and Kodo with Mia. Yeah. I feel like we're going to need Mia for resolving the Godo thing. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. That does rather depend on the hot chick in question. And how she feels about such things. Larry? Or do you mean that you would never? Because there's definitely people who would try, Larry. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirits before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirits of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish, Pearl. Pearls, is your mother getting executed? Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. Which line is that? Maybe a page that we haven't seen. Maybe a page that did get burnt. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. There we go. That's how we got the letter. I don't think a penitentiary is quite that specific, Drag. I think it's just another name for a prison, but I could be wrong. And I'm going to look that up because I'm not certain. Yeah, it's a prison. Just a prison. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. So this has been prepared for a long time. Which means that Morgan, I assume Morgan must have coordinated with Dahlia on this. You know, so that her ghost would know that she was supposed to be murdering someone. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, mums will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so I had to be good for her too. No. Pearl, your mother somehow coordinated with your murdering half-sister to do a possession murder and frame Maya for it. Welcome back, Nick. You missed the theorizing. My current theory is that Misty Fae saw the letter, decided that she didn't want Pearls to be part of a murder plot, and channeled her own murderer. That's my current theory. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so. Yeah. There was a picture with her letter too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. Oh. 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 So... does that mean that Misty Face found the letter a while back and was here specifically for this? Wait. Was the possession murder actually intended for Misty Fae in the first place? Was the possession murder supposed to happen to Maya? Did Misty see this letter, realize the danger to her daughter, and turn up here just to stop it at the cost of her own life? Is that it? That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Burnt letter updated in the court record. Orders from Morgan Fay. Opened once before. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. Both Maya and Misty would have to die to transfer it to Pearl. The thing is, I don't know if Morgan knew whether her sister was still alive or not. Hasn't she been... She's been missing long enough to be declared legally dead, right? I think. So I think you just have to take out Maya. Which, admittedly, is something that Morgan already tried to do. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Yeah, you really can't tell that face that her mother is a conniving bitch who's trying to kill Maya. You really can't say that to this face, can you? Finally figured it out, have you tried? You've finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Who do we dump all of the trouble on to get Iris a not guilty sentence? Well, that depends on whether we can convict a ghost. Because if we can't actually convict Dahlia Hawthorne's ghost, then I guess this is technically a suicide. But there is absolutely no way the judge is accepting that one. Godo? The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, tried. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances. Actually, wait. Godo? How was that my responsibility? How is this family feud my responsibility? Godo? How? Explain that to me. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. I don't think that's true, Godo. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Mr. Nick? Is what that man said, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Oh, I really hope Maya's okay. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Well, well, well. It's time to get back in the courtroom and figure everything out. Excuse me. I will be right back. I'm going to go get myself some water while we have this slight break. And I'm back. Let's get to it. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mr. Maya. I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So, is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. So, wait, so Maya's stuck there until... until we're done with the trial? Because Iris has to be here? Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. This could be several people. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. I'm gonna go with Edgeworth. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth! I won! Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Are they changing defendants on me? I didn't know you could do that in the middle of a trial. Who's she going to be testifying against? Herself? Maya? Pearls? Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Okay, herself. Yeah, it does feel like we need Maya for this. I mean, we need Maya in general. She can't be dead and frozen in ice. I need that not to happen. I will cry. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Yeah, I figured. What then? Who is? Who else would it be but Godo? Yeah, of course it's Godo, because he really hates my guts for reasons that are beyond my control. Godo. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. Ah, so she learned enough from from watching Iris working on them to be able to work on them herself. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. Oh, okay. She's being helped by Bikini. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godo intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, we gotta keep this case going until Maya's safe. Because she can probably be helpful in this regard. You don't have to tell me that. Touché, I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. No, no, no! Edgeworth! Edgeworth, don't leave! Edgeworth! Edgeworth! I want you on the bench with me, Edgeworth! I'm missing an assistant, Edgeworth! I mean, I guess Pearls counts, but still. Lawyer's bench, with me, Edgeworth. You started this case, help me finish it. Unless you're worried about the about Godo pointing out to the court that you're not a lawyer. Thanks. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Deucenim, no. I mean Miss Misty Fay. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I'll solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th. 10 AM, District Court, Courtroom number 7. Oh, we do in fact... We have in fact changed judges as well. This feels unusual. Instead of Edgeworth, Francisca, and the other judge, it's now Phoenix and Godo and our usual judge. Oh, sorry, I should have done that line. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakara Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. That other judge is your brother? And we telepathically passed our cold to him? Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Edgeworth must have known about this. That's why he was like, guess you literally passed it to someone. I see, Your Honor. They're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Oh, number 1. I'm actually going to make notes. I'm going to make a tally. 1 coffee. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godo. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godo, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's all right. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dusnam? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. Yeah, that's what I thought, Iris. You pulled the real murder weapon out. You replaced it with the Chichishito. You possibly did some other things, like bringing the body to the courtyard in the first place. Not getting the body over the river, though. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise. carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. Ah, she is admitting to desecration of a corpse, which is in fact a crime. What? Order in the court! Order! Witness! Are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Oop, coffee number 2. That's rather fast, Godo. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Godo! So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this. It looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved in a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. Misty or Maya, Iris? Are you going to try and throw Maya under the bus for this? The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Oof. Oof. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya. Yeah, we've got to do a lot of work here now. Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
Objection!
That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Yeah. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. Oh, shit! Oh, shit. Yeah, of course. Because this possession murder was designed to kill Maya. So when Mystic Elise, aka Misty Faye, I don't know which way round I should be referring to this, decided to do the summoning herself so that Pearls wasn't implicated. Because you don't want to make it so a 9-year-old has to consider the fact that their body was used for murder. And I guess possibly because Misty thought that she could maybe retain some control or something? I don't know. So Misty Faye, while possessed by Dahlia Hawthorne, tried to kill Maya, and then Maya took her out in self-defense. Yeah. Is that something this court will accept? I mean, the fact that it was self-defense, and therefore not a murder. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense. This falls apart when Maya was stuck on the opposite side of the bridge. No, because remember the actual murder happened in the garden next to the inner temple. But then, like, how did Iris and the dead body get across the chasm? Well, I mean, it must have happened before the fire. So it was in self-defense? Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday. that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder you didn't go to the inner temple. Alright, see ya, Drag.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. Well, her testimony from yesterday in bloody court, Godo. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mr. Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? Godo has convenient memory loss. Well, Godo wasn't in court yesterday either. But you'd have thought he'd have read the transcripts. Because, you know, that would be the sane and sensible thing to do. I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Man, literally everyone thinks that those two are dating. Except those two. So Ace Attorney game, is there anything sane and sensible? Well, no. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean, Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Miss Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. Oh, you're a liar, Iris. You didn't see this at all. A dagger, huh? And Elise Dusnim tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. Ha! You look like I did, after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. How, Godo? How did you mistakenly take a swig of Worcestershire sauce, Godo? Unless someone put it in a mug. But even so, before you drank it, you'd have been able to smell it. It smells nothing like coffee. It has a very strong scent, Godo. Godo, what kind of an idiot are you? Or do you have no sense of smell? But you clearly have a sense of taste, and and a large portion of the sense of taste is your sense of smell. Things taste different when you can't smell them. Maybe that's why he only drinks really bitter coffee. Maybe he can't smell anything. Maybe that's like... Maybe he has to consume really strong things in order to get anything. Because, like, you can't even take a swig of Worcestershire sauce right from the bottle, because it doesn't come out that fast. Anyway. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yeah. You don't think you've ever had Worcestershire sauce? Yeah, you probably wouldn't. It is... Well, I mean, I guess it goes to other countries as well, given that this is a American translation. So I guess the Americans know about it. Not that most Americans can pronounce it properly. Yeah, it's... How do I describe it? I mean, I'm pretty sure I could go get a bottle out of out of my cupboard. But I mean, even I don't use it very often either. Anyway, there is. What? Oh no! Am I allowed to show the sword cane off? We didn't get Gumshoe to take it to the police to get analysed though. Are we allowed to use it? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yeah, and she's lying. Yes, well, nevertheless... That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Godo, you are not a qualified judge. Godo, that would be against the law. Probably. Godo, that's not your job. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. She had no reason to do that, Iris.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dewsnam throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. I mean, she could have thrown the bottom part of it away. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dewsnam really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? How did Dahlia Hawthorne know about the sword cane? Or equally, maybe Maya was the one possessed by Dahlia. Which we don't want that answer. Because that answer would lead to Maya in prison. Coffee number 3. That was an impressive bit of investigating. Try it. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. It wasn't exactly close quarters combat, Godo. She'd already whacked her over the head with a staff, which takes a bit of range. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. I mean, it would be extremely strange for Misty to try and kill her own daughter, Godo. There is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honour. The defence will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright? I have here another piece of evidence that shows this testimony can't be trusted. Because Ms. Elise Dewsnam would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. We can just throw this, right? Elise Dewsnam would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dusnem. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Karain channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dusnem actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation as to why she would do such a thing. Yeah. Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Ooh, coffee number 4. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Heh. You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I'd taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Do those 8 cups count, Godo? Or is it 8 cups of morning coffee and 17 cups of trial coffee? He's on his 4th cup of coffee for this trial day. Well, since the trial day has started. But apparently he had at least 8 this morning. Welcome back, Drag, if I didn't say that at the beginning. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Ah, the murder weapon. That is, in fact, a dagger. That the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Aside from coffee, what's happened with Iris so far? She told us that that she saw Misty attack Maya, bonk her over the head with the staff, drop the staff, draw a dagger, And we went, excuse me, that staff has a sword in it, and also she would never attack her because she's her mother, and that's about where we got to. So I'm even more leaning towards Misty was possessed. Because there's no good reason for Dahlia to know that the staff is a sword cane. So I guess the dagger must have been hidden somewhere for the purpose of this? Just a lot of setup. Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? What? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. There are trajectory issues with that, Godo. Which means the blood on this dagger belonged to the victim, correct? Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I'd taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Godo, what the fuck? Godo, I thought 17 cups of coffee was too much. And you've had at least 13 this morning, and you're on your 4th during this trial. So you've already had 16 and a bit cups of coffee this morning. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Does he have evening coffees? Probably, right? I mean, if he doesn't, then he's surely... His evenings must be terrible for him. Because he'd be coming down from a truly ridiculous amount of caffeine in his system. He must be practically dead. But apparently not literally dead. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now. Now then. The testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Oop, number 5. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Now that's patently wrong, Godo. Iris looks exactly like her twin sister Dahlia, and she's a lying bitch. And a murderer. Several times over. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away? No, wait, but... Didn't Sister Bikini see Iris pulling the knife out of her? Well, I guess that doesn't make sense if the knife is over in the garden. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but... It had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. Yeah, well, Maya didn't recognize her, that's for sure. Misty must have known that that was her daughter, though. By her name, if nothing else. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so... I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. No, it doesn't. It does not make sense that Iris has no idea what happened to the staff at that point. Because Iris has told us that she manufactured the scene in the courtyard. The staff was in the courtyard, so she must have retrieved it, so surely she would have known what happened to it. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. Oh, number 6. You're getting through these fast, Godo. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Yes, but also very willing to bite you, Phoenix. That goes for pretty much any cornered animal. If they're scared and want to get away, they will probably bite you. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. Objection. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night. And that the woman that was killed was Elise Dusnem. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. And Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, Yeah, that's what I thought. She wasn't stabbed in the stomach. The autopsy report confirms that. If she had been stabbed in the stomach, the person doing the autopsy would have known that, even if the hole went all the way through. Yes. Wait, can we not get that in here so that I can object to it? Oh, man. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung toward the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it... She seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. It seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Right. Well, even though this doesn't specifically say she got stabbed in the stomach, I'm gonna go for it. Like, I don't think this worked. She was stabbed in the back. Objection! Something about what you just said isn't... no, something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah! This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ooh. Coffee number 7. It's simple. People are like books. We all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? Point is, too much of this testimony doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff? The people fighting being mother and daughter? And now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. Really? And you can taste that many with your broken sense of smell? Oh yes, that's another thing that happened while you were gone, Drag. We established that Godo clearly doesn't have a sense of smell, because apparently he once accidentally drank some Worcestershire sauce. And I don't see how you manage that without smelling it. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Yeah, and you clearly don't have all of your senses, Godo. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godo, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Thank you, Nick. I was trying to say that without saying it. He does, in fact, lack several senses, one of which is common sense. And we know that his eyesight is messed up. For certain. And now I'm pretty sure that his sense of smell is messed up. I'm also relatively certain that the only thing he's capable of tasting is coffee. So his sense of taste is also fucked up. Can he hear? Probably. He needs that for his job. The garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly. Light. And that is light. Light? By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Yeah, that's exactly my question, Judge. Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Because of the snow? Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. Well, yeah, it was snowing, so it was cloudy, so you can't really use the moonlight very much. However, there is the lightning. There is the lightning to light things up in brief flashes. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Oop. Coffee number 8. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. Has it? Has it, Godo? It's like, oh, there was contradictions because it was dark. That doesn't mean they're not fucking contradictions, Godo. That even more means that this testimony is kind of rubbish. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Prosecutor Godo, I will have you know I have very good dark sight. Just because you've got some fancy visor thing that probably has night vision in it. Isn't that right, Trat? No! Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Hey, Godo, you literally just said that maybe they couldn't recognize each other because it was dark. If they couldn't recognize each other, why would she write Maya's name on the stone lantern? Stone lantern added to the court record. Lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit on the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern! There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood! Wait! Can Godo not see that? Can Godo not see that because his visor is red? Can Godo not see red? Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the? Yeah. Okay. Another thing Godo cannot do. See the color red. Oh, yes. That's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya. Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. Why is it upside down? I mean, I guess if you were writing in your own blood behind you, I guess you would write it upside down. It certainly looks that way. Objection. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Yeah, you really can't see the color red, huh? Could it be can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. That the prosecution can't see at all. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godo, anything further? Can't they show him a photo with different colour contrasts? Right? If we can show him a black and white image, well, grayscale image of the photo, just print it in grayscale and he should be able to see it, right? Actually, I mean, unless... No, because the lantern... Well, the lantern is white. It could be that it's the same contrast. I mean, maybe if you just inverted the colours. Yeah, if you showed him the negative of the photo, he would probably be able to see it. Unless, I mean, maybe he sees in grayscale anyway. Who knows? We don't know how fucked his eyes are. Mr. Godo? Okay then, let's move on. Godo is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. Yeah, somehow. Somehow it is not the caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Dusnam was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Karain tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Chichishito to alter the way the wound looked. But even so, Iris, you wouldn't have been able to... Assuming the person doing the autopsy is competent, which I guess is a pretty huge assumption in this world where a lot of the police are not competent, they would have noticed, I think. Like, unless you were incredibly precise on where you were shoving that Shichishito, I don't think it would obliterate her being stabbed in the stomach. I don't know. So you moved the body? Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dusnam was actually Misty Fey. I mean, we can't check for drag marks on the bridge because the bridge set on fire. But I guess we're assuming that snow obscured the drag marks at the inner temple side? Oh, you mean, yes. Drag marks would be noticeable on the autopsy. Yes, that's true. Once again, assuming that the person doing the autopsy was competent. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she'd done. So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? Wait, did you use the sled? It's pretty amazing that you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Yeah, that's an easy way to dispose of the body, Iris. If you do that, it could just be like, oh, guess Elise Jusnam just left. Make history repeat itself, right? She should know that things falling into the Eagle River would be a way to just make them disappear. Like her literal sister fell in. It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? About the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. Incorrect. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Heh, this should be fun. Oop. Godo, you're halfway through your coffees. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Weather data. Objection! No? No? Really? Not the weather data? Fuck off. Why is it never the weather data? With his bad eyesight, it's impressive he always manages to catch the mug. Clearly he can see movement. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at the guide, and apparently it is the weather data, but not against this statement. Apparently it's against this statement? According to this guide, anyway. I'm gonna find another guide, because that doesn't make sense. Yeah. Apparently we're supposed to present the weather data to this statement, and not the one about the snow stopping. Yes, the game did get an update between these two streams, Drag. Yeah, the autoplay was a thing that was added. Right, weather data to this statement. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't... It can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. We do still have the fall damage on the body to attest to, and the picture that Larry made, both of which seem to imply that the body got trebucheted across the burning bridge. Not that there's a trebuchet to do that with. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Oop. Godo, you're being a little hasty on these coffees. The only person that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Wow, that sounds like contempt of court. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Jusnim was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard, and second, the head nun's sister Bikini witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Jusnim's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right! I'm not lying! What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You've stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? Objection. It is only human to err. That is not the way around that sentence is supposed to be, Godo. I'm pretty sure it's... to err is only human. If you're so perfect, try it. Maybe you can explain this to the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. but somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for that little magic trick. Yeah. Well, not exactly, no. You know, there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You already on 11 cups of coffee, Godo? That's preemptive. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Yeah. All right then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. And before we do that, before we get into the next testimony, I am going to call it here. So we will get to that next testimony next time. Thank you very much for coming. It's been illuminating. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description box. The streaming schedule for this channel goes up both over on social media and over here on YouTube in the post tab of the channel. This was the last scheduled stream of this week, so there will be a new schedule up later tonight or tomorrow. The next stream will be tomorrow, Monday, and that's going to be the next part of the Twisted Wonderland event. So I hope to see you then or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and this is Kalla signing out. See ya, bye bye.